Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spirit, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit to Spirit Teachings Going Within Self, on TikTok, 1974 Enlightened Soul, and I'm also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and I really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teachings of Going Within Self. A lot of you are like, if you're not new to my channel, I come in and I use my own life experiences, and I talk from anywhere from political stuff that's happening, like with regards to what's transpiring, the medical, the educational, and a lot of it. If it wasn't for doing this past life regression, I didn't go anywhere to do it. Spirit helped me to do it. I wouldn't have been where I am today. And I wouldn't be able to speak the languages of spirit. My spirit understands it, but right now that's why I class it as a spirit to spirit. Okay. I do a lot of my own past life regression. And that's what I'm talking about today, past life regression. A lot of the time, many people don't believe in past life regression, okay? Because some people, they don't believe in reincarnation, they don't believe in life after death and rebirths and what have you. And my hair looks like I just got out of bed. But I don't care. Because, hey, some people get irritated or offended if that's weird, if I talk about this stuff, okay? And like I said, many people don't believe in it yet, okay? But I'm going to ask you with regards to your dreams, okay? Because I have books with regards to dream interpreting dreams, dream decoders, just different things, because I look at my dreams, okay? And I sit with them and I figure out what my dreams are telling me, because to me, my dreams are past life regressions. Okay, they're past parts of me, whether I'm directly involved with it or whether spirit is showing me through the eyes of another. Okay, because they don't like that. I was watching Charmed earlier, and they had where, with regards to ISIS, trying to use witches to come back or what have you. Okay, it's like our ancestors, right? And a lot of our ancestors, we include like ourselves. Okay, think of yourself as being your ancestor in many different ways. Okay, because you're different versions of yourself. People will say, well, you're not explaining it right. I'm explaining it how spirit showed me. Okay, because there's different ways you can look at. There's a part here. I should have kept the page out. Okay. On this page here of past life regression, a practical guide to understanding past life regression, learn how to release past fear, unlock hidden powers, and gain insight on your life's purpose. Okay. Now, a lot of people will say to me, because of the way I am, well, it doesn't seem to be helping. I'm standing up to you, am I not? Whereas before, I would let people more or less walk all over me because, I do good things for people, but I set boundaries with regards to being used. Okay. And doing the past life regression, that actually helped me to do that. It helped me to see things for what they actually are. Okay. And I know by looking at my present reality, perceived reality, that everyone in my present perceived reality has always been a part of my life. Okay. See, it's difficult to get past things if others are not willing to do the work. Because if you're not doing the work, or they're not doing the work, what ends up happening is you continually go down to get down the repeating history, repeating itself. Okay. Now, I'm going to use a few examples because I know I know who my ex-husband is, and a lot of the different versions of him. Okay, of ones that were in my life. Okay, and different versions of other people. And it says, in rare cases, the patient has even met another person who claimed to share their experiences and was able to describe every detail in the same way from a different point of view. I met quite a few people like that. Okay. It wasn't like that part where, misery loves company and that's all you have in common. I was seeing the different versions. It was like, it was a man at one point. I was being showed that it was a man experiencing it. Now, with regards to this, how I know because my ex-husband, okay, he experienced something years ago when he was at one of the ports, when he was Summers. He was a farmer, and he said he was drinking, but because what ended up happening is I had a vision. Okay, it was like I was really there. I was seeing through someone's eyes, or it was actually a version of myself. Okay, because we appear to be the same person, but we're different versions of ourselves. Okay, it's like I call it like we're jumping from parts of ourselves to parts of ourselves. Okay, and now when I had this vision, I seen I seen a group of men come running. It was like it was running towards me, and to me, I seen it as having gas thrown on me and caught on and lit on fire. Okay. Now, my ex-husband, the way he explains what he witnessed, physically witnessed, was a couple men throw a kamikaze cocktail on someone, and they started running. And I couldn't understand why, because I asked them, I don't understand why you wouldn't go running after them to help them, because they were too fast. But see, I look at different things, and it's like certain people will get irritated with me for bringing this up. Well, I took this to him because they say it says in here, excuse me, gross burps. That's confirmation. It says in here about contracts. Okay, how it heals your traumas, the contracts, different clearing past life contracts. Okay, and with these people, there's a contract, and I took this to my ex-husband, and I was like, here, read this. Like, you should do some past life regression. Okay, if people did some past life regression, you may feel better. You most likely will feel better. Okay. It's not necessary that you have to go see someone or pay someone. It's about going within yourself. Okay, even looking at your present life, I looked into my genealogy, and that's how I started seeing more of my past lives, because my sixth grade grand or my seventh or sixth grade granddaddy, I know that he is that version of them. Okay. And how I know is by looking into my own genealogy, because I could tell that, my sixth grade granddaddy, I know that, he had a lot, like he was probably the wealthiest one in Lunenburg County in the late 1700s to early 1800s before he was murdered. He helped people, but he was a real cocksucker too. He was a real butthole at times. See, some people didn't like me saying that. Okay. Because certain individuals seen him as being this kind, nice, loving, caring person. But you only seen one version of him. 1144, as I said that. You seen one version. Okay. But he had many versions because of the life that he experienced growing up. Okay? There was a lot of things that many people didn't know, because everything in those days were more of a hush hush, don't say anything. Okay. My sixth grade granddaddy seen his father scalped by Edward Cornwallis in 1756 in front of him and his pregnant mother. So that warps a child. That like literally warps a child. And then he's seen his three cousins hung in the middle of town because they supposedly killed a man and his wife and the granddaughter, but the granddaughter actually didn't die. My sixth grade granddaddy channeled through me that he was the actual father to this girl. And I see myself as being that girl. And that's how I would know that he could be a real asshole. But I could see why he'd be an asshole, and he was out for vengeance. He was out for vengeance. He hated people a lot of the time. Because he had a religious seal, and with a religious seal it comes enlightenment. Okay? I went to the Freemasons because I'm pretty sure that he was a Freemason. But he wasn't one of the Freemasons that was trying to keep secrets. But I look at my ex-husband, okay, and I know that I also see my ex-husband as being, well, like I said, my father. I said before, I question my own paternity. Okay, because you get those feelings of you're being lied to about things because there's so many secrets. And certain people in my family, you'll get irritated with this, but you do as you will. But you haven't been going through, and in all honesty, maybe you know the truth no more than I do. You just think you do. Because my ex-husband, he says, like, well, why would you think that? Like, shit, you look like like your oldest sister and your youngest sister. Yeah, man. but you look like my oldest son and you resemble me. So from what I've observed and gone through it myself, because when I went through, okay, I was going through the book, The Anointed Trial of George Frederick Boulaire and John Boulaire for the murder of Frederick Eminent, Eminu. This was in Lunenburg, and his family, with genealogies of and the Boulaire family. Okay. Now, it says about George Frederick Boulaire and John Boulaire, but there was also a James Boulaire. There was another Boulaire who was hung the same day. But they don't speak of him in here. But when you look in, when I looked at my genealogy, they did. So when I was reading through a thing on Emmett, I have it in here, Frederick. I have it in there. And I was looking at the genealogy and the stuff in here. And the guy has a couple things wrong in here because my great Grammy survived. And the other sister was the one that died. Now, when I looked through it and I was reading stuff, I was seeing the versions of my own life and I could relate to it. It was like, it was so similar because they say, you know, in order to find out the past, sometimes we end up having to go through it in the present. That's how we keep from repeating it. It's just more of a, to me, it's just more of a physical past life regression. Okay. It's the same as PTSD. When PTSD comes forward, that's your body going through a past life regression. And past life regression doesn't necessarily mean it was a previous lifetime. It just can mean that you've gone through different versions of death and rebirth, because every time you let something go, you have that death of it. It has the death, and you regenerate. You rebirth into someone different, someone new. Okay? Because you let go of that. You face that. I go inward all the time. And I'm always talking to different versions of myself. I'm always talking to the people that are connected to me in spirit. Because sometimes you just can't do it to their face because I can't hear you, or they'll holler at you because it's that part of them who doesn't want to face what you're bringing forward, because everybody has fault in every situation, one way or another, whether we see it or not, because it's karma. Okay, we keep recycling, we keep coming back to the same people because there is a connection there, a contract, something that hasn't been resolved. It's like reading this. Right now, we are going through a lot of what they've gone through in the in the 1700s, especially when our ancestors first came over to North America. They were going through the same thing as what we're going through now with regards to immigration. There were even people then who went missing the same way, and people thought, oh, well, they just went home. No, they were abducted. They were stolen. Or they were murdered and killed. I have a list of all like the families, the names of the families. But see, at that time, they never had any of the women's names on there. It was only the men's names. And what they were bringing over, just the number of people. And if they had sons, well, their names went on the list. but the women's names didn't. Now, on my 7th grade Grammy side, see, I'm for some reason like the ocean. I'm afraid of the ocean. Don't know why. I mean, it can't have anything to do with me at 21 running out into the water to fetch a bulb and not realizing water was freezing cold, because when I was 16, I was afraid of the ocean then. Now, when I did the genealogy, it said that it would have been my 8th grade Grammy and great granddaddy on my 7th grade Grammy side that were thrown overboard off the ship on the way over. Okay. So it was, see, the thing was, they were trying to get away. Okay. And, you're looking at right now, okay, how do you know that these same people coming over are not trying to get away from the same thing? Because we are repeating that history. But you don't see it that way. You just see it as get them out, get them out, get them out. Well, like I said before, if we have to get them out, then I guess we all have to leave too. Because it's the same thing. You're repeating that timeline and you're witnessing it in real time. It's our ancestors showing us what they went through, and to figure out, are we going to repeat the same thing? So, I mean, they in here they say that this is just new age. No, it's not new age. That's the same as you're saying this is fucking new age. Are you like, seriously? What reality did you come from? Because it's not new age. It's from an age way before you can even comprehend. And it's the part where, you're going to argue with me on that, or you're going to want to debate me on that. Before you do that, please actually look into your own genealogy, not into what you're taught in history class, but actually look into your own family history. Now, I know that the different versions of my family. Okay. Like my 6th great grandfather, God forbid you challenge him. God forbid you give any suggestions that he may be wrong with regards to something. Because he wasn't always right. And that's why today, not everything is built properly. It's not, I'm not saying because of him, I'm saying because of that mentality. Things don't withstand anything, because even if, like, you could be off by a smidgen, well, that smidgen matters even though people think it doesn't. My youngest son told me one day he was at work and he was watching them because he does concrete, and he was watching them and he said something was off just a little bit. Well, if they didn't correct that, what's going to happen to that foundation? That's the thing. That's why things don't last. And back in ancient times, the reason why things last is because they had the numbers right. They had the calculations right. My grandfather, like, I know I get channeled from my grandmother. My grandmother, my 6th grade Grammy, I'm pretty sure she spent a lot of time on the beach picking rocks. My whole house is covered. It's like it's like I'm not, like, almost like that version of her too. Like, I carry her spirit because I go looking on the beach and I pick up rocks. I went walking on the trail. And when I started doing that, I went right back to the years of when the dinosaurs, Dinosaurs went extinct. When you say that it was a comet that hit, it actually wasn't a comet. It came from a beam. And it had a big effect because it just blasted out. But you say it was a comet or what have you. Okay. These are parts of the past life regression. That's why, the dragons or the Dragarians or the lizard people or what have you are probably mad at what you perceive to be the humans or certain individuals. It's the galactic war. And people think you're Delulu. I'm Delulu. Well, you think what you will. Si tu por que na motokai te ko eshala sukta khaira khnuam. It's the same as sometimes people say like the blasphemy or what have you. Okay. Do you know how many things can be doctored and altered? Holy crap. See, they tell us our dreams are just dreams. Or it's from what you watch or what have you. What ends up happening is what you watch, what you see, what you hear, what you witness. That's a PTSD. That's like the trigger. Okay. Because I've told my ex-husband every time he whistles, that's my PTSD with him. And why? Because of what I experienced in 2020 before I was raped violently by two beings that I couldn't even freaking see. Before that happened, I heard whistling. And it was like how coyotes sound. So that's a PTSD for me with whistling. But sometimes now I say, oh, yep, the jackals are coming. Because at that time, I seen like really fucked up stuff and I understand what I was seeing. But a psychologist who doesn't understand this will make it as a mental health issue, which things manifest into what's perceived to be a mental health issue because you don't understand what it is that you're experiencing or witnessing. Nor do they, because they can't see it. They're not on that frequency. They're not on that plane of existence. They're not seeing their past lives, but spirits showing the ones going through it. You do end up hearing voice. People say, "Oh, the third eye! Don't open the third eye! Like that's demonic. That's demonic." Seriously, fuck off with that. That's demonic stuff. That's the way to clearing. That's the way to enlightenment. That's how you see. That's the true sight. And it can be pretty fucking scary. But when people are trained into understanding what it is that those people are experiencing, that's when you're doing your job properly. See, even at times, like I know that my ex-husband is a version of my brother. He is a brother. He's a version as a son. Because in the beginning, you say Lucifer, well, Lucifer did not get kicked out. Lucifer said they were leaving. And the father said, if you go, don't bother coming back. And then the husband said, if you leave, I will make your life a living hell. And that's what you're seeing right now. You're parts of those versions because they are your family. It's in the beginning of your life. It's not necessarily that it is perceived that it has to be in the beginning of the Bible or the perceived existence, because existence has always been around, but they're saying that Genesis was the beginning. No, it represents the beginning of your life, each rebirth that you go through. Many things are a distraction. So I tell people, hey, look in your genealogy and look how similar your genealogy is to your own life or the life of your family. I have the will of my sixth great granddaddy, and I have his deeds. And I also, that's on my mom's side. And I also have the deeds of my sixth or seventh great granddaddy on my dad's side. See, I know about the spirit jumpers. I know when they jump in because, even your ancestors don't want truth to come to light. It's like, yeah, I can feel you right in the back of my head. But see, people don't believe me. And even when I do like say something that I know that this is how they're feeling or what they're thinking inside and or what they're not saying aloud, and I say it, that's when they really try to gaslight you. And that's when they tell you that you're crazy. With all due respect, man, you should be going and doing this because I'm getting tired of being the only one fulfilling a contract that both of us made. See, 5, 6 years ago, I promised my ex-husband that I wasn't going to go anywhere until I made sure he was okay. But he's just gotten worse and not better. And when I said today about I'm like taking the contract and making the contract that it like good do it, that it's nil and void. It's not me who's not letting him go. It's him who won't let me go. And that's why you keep repeating the behavior with the same person, and empath. You keep in the same volatile situations. And same as him, I told him today, like, shit, like I don't give a shit who he's with or anything like that. I've even tried to pair him up with people, thinking that they were his person. And it's like, yeah, he says you can go, you can go. But see, as far as he thinks that, like, when I left him, he believes that I abandoned him. I left him because I wasn't putting up with the shit no more. See, people will tell other people, get over it, get over it. But those people have got over things. It's the other people that don't get over anything. And you might want to be the one to get over your shit then. Because you don't want even though the person got over it, you don't want them to get over it because you keep throwing it in their face, but you tell them get over it. And then when it comes back at you, you claim victim. Seriously. The part of the savior stuff. It's hard to be your own savior, especially if you don't have, if you don't have, or you expect other people to do the work for you. He's been, this is no offense to him. I'm saying it because it's like, man, go do it. He said about going to a shaman. Go fucking do it. He said about going and learning, like how, like through the indigenous, of how to make medicine and do all this stuff. But you don't get off your fucking ass and go do it. It was like, saying, like, we'll go to the parts of how they perceived Jesus, okay? And they said that, he was God. But if he was God, why was he running away from the authorities? Why were they hiding him? He's God. Doesn't a true God stand up and with the people? They don't run off and hide in the fucking woods. It's like I've told my ex-husband, he says, because I said, like, you don't stand up for yourself and you don't stand up for me. Well, you think I don't stand up for me. I've been here and other place. I've been around him for 26 years almost now. And the only time, which was really, I saw him try to cause problems for people, like act all tough. But that's just to gaslight people because, misery loves company. I said, like, I believe he is the homeless man because the way he lives. A lot of homeless people, they hoard, and they hoard everything in their space because they, like, if you want, like, I'm sick of hearing people say, oh, this and that, and I can't do this and I can't do that. The only reason why you can't do it is because you say you can't do it and you don't want to put the work in to do it. It says it, and it's like it's in here. You make excuses, and then people enable people into making excuses, and then we wonder why things don't change for us, or wonder why those people are the way they are. I was somewheres, and it's like, if, like, I witnessed something, because I'm going to say, with regards to Cain and Abel and David and Goliath. You glorified David for killing Goliath the same way that Cain killed Abel. Was David, Cain, and Abel Goliath? Seriously, it's the same thing. They killed him with a rock, right? Am I that version of Cain and he's that version of Abel? Because when I said, when I was living in my camper, I said, one day he came in and he was acting like what have you. And I had been looking over the graveyard and seeing some strange, weird stuff going on, like weird stuff over there. And there was a headstone, a broken headstone leaned up against a taller headstone. And at that taller headstone was where I seen a man who acted like, it was like a figure who acted just like my ex-husband would. And my ex-husband was always talking to himself in the third party, but he gets after me because I talk in the third party. Seriously, dude. No wonder they want to put security everywhere, because nobody wants to tell the truth. So one day he came into my camper trailer and he was being like that. And I looked at him and I said, "Are you David?" "No, that fucker lives down the road." Whoa. So I knew what was going on there. Like, this is the case of Cain and Abel, David and Goliath, Adam and Eve, the father and daughter. It's exactly what it's like, and that's part of the past life regression. And I've gone through a lot of it, and I'm still going through parts of it, because I look at my family and I understand parts of what I'm witnessing. Because you take Sophia, okay, the Sophia, which turned into Lilith, which had Eve, the three: mother, daughter, granddaughter. And then you have the father, the son, and the grandson. See, I witnessed something the other day, and it took me back to the time of Cain and Abel. And it even made me see more that Abel was a bully. Because it wasn't just Cain and Abel and Eve and all them. There were many other people. Abel was bullying. And Abel hurt. Like, people say that Abel, or that Cain was older than Abel, which Cain was actually younger than Abel, because Cain was actually the youngest out of the children. So you say about Seth, okay? Because what I witnessed the other day, and it's like, I didn't say anything, but I was observing. It's like, what are those people what are people going to do if one of you're watching this stuff go on and you're just sitting there and you just say, "Well, you guys stop wrestling around." Well, the oldest child, I seen him take and put his youngest brother in friggin' like dangerous headlocks of what you'd see in wrestling. Okay, those people are fucking trained. And it was like a devious, like he really wanted to hurt this kid. If you said no, they were just playing around. No, he really. I was watching. He really wanted to hurt his younger brother. He had him in a head formation, like where he had him back here, and his head was like this, but he was backwards to it, so his face was pointing up, and he had him like that. And then he was pretending that he was like that, like he was going really hard, and I could see that that's really what he wants to do to someone. So I'm going to tell parents that if you have children like that and they're doing that and you're not stopping it, or you're not doing anything to stop it, or taking them to therapy, if they do anything to another child, the court should actually be holding you accountable too. Because that may have appeared to be playing, but that other kid wanted to get serious, because it was sitting there and everything was fine in the room. The whole place, it was calm, quiet, and everything like that. But when the other one come in, that's when things started changing. And that's the part that I take back to to when you perceive the beginning of Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel, and then there was Seth and Annabelle. Well, Anna. So you're witnessing different versions of biblical aspects happening in the now, because it is the now. That book is written about the present time now. And it's all unfolding. Much like, different trials, the immigration. You say about World War I and II. Well, World War III, it's all of it intertwined together, and it's showing you everything in real time. That's why all these different wars are proceeding to break out. You see, like, buildings that, they look like they're fucking Roman buildings, but they say they're modern. How long ago was Roman times? Like 2,000 more years ago? And you're saying those buildings are Roman times? How is it that the White House withstands so much? You look around, like everywhere you go in the city now, there's like it's like graffiti, and just it's pure utter chaos. I went yesterday into the city, And it was like, it was chaos. Buildings are not built right. My ex-husband told me, oh, the reason why they build them is because those are cheaper. And if Donald Trump had his own way, he'd have slaves. Do you, okay, people say it was all slaves. They had giants. We still have giants. Just, they feel like they have to be in hiding because of ignorant people. Because you say, oh, the Nephilims are the bad ones and this and that. Maybe you're the bad one. This is the parts of past life regression. You go inward. We're always pointing at someone else, but we don't point at ourselves. And I had somebody say, "Oh, poor Tara, poor Tara." No, I did my work. I'm doing my work. I'm seeing my shadows, and I'm even putting my shadows out there for people. But see, you don't see that, do you? I'm constantly doing past life regression, whether I look like I'm walking around and doing nothing, or I'm sitting at home doing nothing. I'm doing a lot of work with spirit in the spirit natural realms. People don't believe that. Well, hey, how about you educate yourself? Because it was therapists and psychiatrists that wrote that. Hmm, right? They even use hypnotherapy to do it. They can even use hypnotherapy to get you to quit smoking. Hey, you know, they're using hypnotization to keep you in the illusion. I can feel that. Like you're really coming at my chest, at my heart. Does it hurt to go inward? Of course. There are some people that say, oh, I'm good, I'm fine. How are you treating other people? Because if you're treating other people and like shit, and you're saying about how these people and that people and what have you, well, no, you're not fine. You got a bit of shadow work to do there. Because I've seen so much and like that, it's just I even thought myself as being crazy. But I do know one thing. I would never tell somebody that if you don't take your medication, I'm never going to help you again. Because the only thing that person did was drop me off at a hospital. So that wasn't helping. See, the last time I went to in 2022, believe. (2022 or 2023). I went to the hospital because I had pains in my belly. And I was experiencing spirit at the time. And I had no qualms of telling them, like, I'm hearing, like, because, demonic jumpers, they'll jump in. And when they were doing the ultrasound, I was hearing, oh, those parts look like, cannibalism. They were cannibalism because they were, before I even said anything, they were looking back and forth at each other and talking about my spleen, mental, like through the mind. And I was hearing that. And I even told I'm one new doctor. They push pills on you. I even told them that I wanted to talk to the police because I didn't feel safe in my home. But they wouldn't get me the police. But they put me in a psychiatric unit. I got out the next day, though. See, my question is, why are they not, like, in these places, why are they not putting in different forms of healing, like past life regression, instead of putting you in the institution and not doing anything with you, just having a doctor come see you, like, maybe once a week while you're in there? They don't do anything. So my question is, why is there money going to the mental health institution when all they do is put you in there and give you drugs? And, they lock up the kitchen. So you have to go up to the counter and ask for water. Because they didn't want you, well, you weren't supposed to be drinking water out of the taps in there. They'd lock up the kitchen. They'd have it opened at breakfast time for about 45 minutes to an hour, lunchtime and supper time. And the rest of the day, the kitchen was closed. And that's supposed to be therapeutic? Seriously, that's supposed to be therapeutic. That's not therapeutic at all. That's just creating and causing more mental health problems. You had a TV room, 2 TV rooms. They had coloring books and crayons, some cards, and a chessboard. Or not a chess, yeah, a chessboard and a crib board. You had certain times where you could go into the exercise room. You're not allowed outside. So if you're in a place where, like, in the one where I live, you could go outside in this little confined area. But most institutions, they don't have that. But that's just like walking around like a fucking rat. So how many people who have been institutionalized have gone through that? And I even like it was this wasn't a past life or regret. This was an experience I had where I woke up in my room, and I would leave my door open. I woke up in my room, and my door was closed shut, and the room was filled with smoke, much like gassing people, right? But they told me that the smoke was coming from the smokestacks that were way on the other side of the hospital, and none of the windows could be opened. But somehow my room was full of smoke from the smokestacks. A memory that I had was being down. It was like I was in an underground area. And I've said this a number of times, where me and this other person was there. And it must have been because she sounded more like a girl, another girl. And she was screaming because we heard them coming. And she was screaming. I was telling her, shh, shh, shh. And she was kept screaming. And I touched her. And when I touched her, it was like she went to sleep. And I floated down the hallway. And I remember, like, in that remembering, I remember that I was coming through a hallway which looked much like a government facility, almost like almost like a hospital. I even had the memories of being down in the basement. It was like it was the basement of the hospital, and there were zombies, like dead people walking around. They looked like they were all beaten and like scaling skin, and they were following me, coming after me, until I told them who I was, and then they helped me get out. Let me see. I was like at the hospital yesterday. I was there with someone, and I was sitting there, and I just happened to look. Like I was looking around because I'm constantly aware of my surroundings. I'm aware, remain aware of my surroundings, and I'm just sitting there, and I'm just and I look up at the wall, and where the clock was gone, and the hospital was like surprisingly, it was extremely freaking quiet, even out in the waiting room, because they didn't have that fucking TV blaring on the news. There was no ding, 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 ding sounds or anything like that. It was very calm and quiet. And when I was sitting there and I was looking up, and the clock was gone, and I was realizing that, everything seemed really calm. I said to the person that I was there with about it being like the clock being gone. And I told them, with regards to the clock, see, when people are in a waiting room and this person told me that their doctor's office, they removed the clock there too. When people are in a waiting room or they're in a hospital room and they're waiting for the doctor to come or what have you, what ends up happening? People tend to stare at the clock a lot, right? So time seems like it's just dragging. You're getting anxiety and anxious and what have you, because you're constantly looking like, where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Okay. So then they told me that their doctor's office also removed the clock. And they said, is that so they don't see how long we're sitting here waiting? Well, that, yeah, and it's less anxiety on the people. But we also had the conversation there with regards to doctors, like family doctors. Like, people don't have a doctor, and the reason why people don't have the ability to go to a doctor, because a lot of walk-in clinics are now changing over to family doctor clinics. And why are they doing that? Because there's more money in being a family doctor than there is being a walk-in clinic doctor. But the walk-in clinics make more sense than having family doctors, because walk-in clinics, everyone gets the opportunity, and it's not about making an appointment ahead of time. It's about coming in as you need a doctor, and it keeps the space available in the emergency rooms for people who actually have an emergency. And when you go through the past life regressions, you see things differently. Like I said this before about like people not being like getting rid of the family doctors and having it so that everybody can, because everything is already on record. They punch in your health card number and everything is there. Your family doctor, in all honesty, they don't really like, do you honestly think they know everything about you and they're going to remember everything about you for the most part, unless you're friends with them and they know you personally? All the patients that they have in the run of a day. I've seen a doctor's office. They had 3 or 4 people scheduled for the same time. So they were overbooking. Really overbooking. Got to get that money, don't you? And then say, oh, well, there's a crunch on the, like, there's like the medical system strained. The medical system is not strained because of the people. The medical system is strained because of greedy doctors. Because if you got rid of the family doctor aspect of things and you had it so that everyone had the ability to go to a doctor when needed, not because you got a fucking sniffle. Seriously, somebody in here don't like what I said. Too fucking bad. I had somebody write about that and they were all in a fluster because I said, people shouldn't have family doctors. Well, I need a family doctor. Why? So you can run to your doctor every friggin' like time you got a boo-boo? Are you a child? Even parents are taking their kids to the doctor all the freaking time. You had a natural immune system. But don't keep doing that and saying, oh, I got a doctor. Well, what about all those who don't have a doctor because you think you should have a family doctor, which can only take a limited amount of patients? People say that doctors are overworked. I can see where certain doctors may appear to be overworked, but a doctor coming in and asking you a couple questions and then writing you a prescription. What do you got, carpal tunnel syndrome from it? Not being rude. I'm just like I'm saying, because a family doctor gets more than a doctor who works in a walk-in clinic. And all doctors should be trained, like, get out of the fucking pharmaceutical crap and do what needs to be done for people. If you're a doctor, you should have to know all parts of being a doctor, including psychiatry. As you perceive it, knowing both the psychiatry, the medical, and the spiritual aspect of it all, because it all pertains together, and then learning to differentiate the difference between it all. Dr. Alan Abbas, he did the conversion disorder. I forget what it was called. The Center for Emotions and Health. Didn't do anything for me, and I heard other people in the waiting room saying that it wasn't doing anything for them either. Just sitting there and getting someone to talk and saying, and how does that make you feel? Or does that make you angry? No, but you're fucking irritating me. That's not how you do therapy. Any form of therapy. My mother was 61 when she passed away, and my whole life she suffered from mental health issues. Someone suffering from mental health issues for their whole fucking life. Don't you see something wrong with that? Don't you see where it's the system that's failing the people? It's not the people that's the bane on the system. It's the system's not doing your job properly. This here is doing your job properly. And the sad thing is that even for something like this, I looked it up, and for 2 hours, it's $200. For 3 hours, it's $330. So a poor person, the ones who are usually going because they have these physical elements and mental health issues and what have you, they can't afford it. It should be free through the government services. And it should be readily available to everyone. There should be none of this having to pay for fucking extra insurance. If they cover psychology at a hospital, a therapist or what have you, and psychiatrists at a hospital, then they should be covering it. They should be covering it privately, because the money should be following the people, not their pocketbooks, not the ones running it. It's pocketbooks. In mental health institutes, that's what they should be using. I did it on a woman in there, and I was a patient. She couldn't sleep with her bedroom door closed because of a traumatic experience she had when she was younger. So I sat on the floor with her in the hallway, and I held her hands, and I told her, okay, I'm going to go back with you. And I want you to look and see. And then I want you to do something differently in order to empower yourself. And that night and every night after that, they were able to they were able to close their bedroom door. And that was a matter of 5 minutes, 5, 10 minutes. See, there was nobody who did this past life regression for me. It was spirit. It was God, source, creator, my ancestors, my family, my guides, the angels, all of you. Because you gave me a space to come in and speak my truth, whether you agree with it or not. There's still things that I'm working on with regards to my past life regression. One of the things that I experienced when I was 9, one of the people who sexually assaulted me, molested me, I helped them make a decision as to whether or not they should call an ambulance and go to the hospital. And many people wouldn't have done that. But I had to step back because maybe that was one of the lessons that I had to learn. It's like it's like an ambulance person, paramedic. Even if they feel bad mojo, they still have to work to save the person, right? I had somebody tell me that. They were a paramedic, and they said that, even though you feel that they are dark and that they've hurt someone, it's not up to you to leave them go and die. That's when you go inward and you had to forgive the person, but it doesn't mean you have to forget what they did. By forgetting that, just, it opens it up for it happening again. But that cleared me there. Like the one that raped me at 9. Don't really talk to them. And I don't want to be around them because I know they're still doing it. And that's the thing. Like, if the system doesn't do its job, it's not about revenge as it is about, like, them having to take responsibility for their own actions like we have to ours. And then we even still, our past lives, we're still put in positions where we have to take responsibility for our actions from the past because we're put in situations similar to past lives. And it's, are we going to do the same thing? Which right now, what you're witnessing is right now, like, history was repeating itself, but people are starting, the monks are going and walking, People walk with the monks. People are starting to go to the actual buildings of parliament. Put down the fucking signs. Seriously. The signs are just causing more division, more conflict, and anger and frustration. You go after the problem that's creating you to want to carry all those different signs and fight with each other over it. It's like you have ICE going and shooting people, and they're saying, oh, well, they were trying to run us over. You're fucking kidnapping people. They're not trying to run you over. They're trying to get the fuck away from you. That woman with the last name Good, that was fucking manslaughter. The man shot her in the face 3 times. And she wasn't running him over. He was trying to get in front. She wasn't running him over. She was turning. But JD Vance, you'll defend the fucker? People may want to have a look at Bernard. What's his name? Bernard. Here. Bergmar. Bergenmar. He's one of the ones that did Pornhub. Oh, shit. Pedophiles will stand with pedophiles and protect them. They will all say and gang up on the victim. And then they'll use the victim and say mental health issues or this or that. You know, after I was 9, there were family members who would more refer to us as being basically little tramps on the roads. It's like to that one that would say it. Your daughter was just as much a victim as I was by the same person. But my parents did something about it and you didn't. And hey, you know, I don't care if people don't like me for what I just said. That's too fucking bad. This is my life. You like watching documentaries, so just see mine as being a documentary and you just happen to be part of it. See that guy there? Hope you can see that. Because he looks an awful lot like J.D. Vance. Take off the glasses and you got the eyeliner and everything. It's like, like fuck, you're back in Roman times, and they're sitting in their Roman buildings. This is you're observing past life regression right in front of you. Like King Solomon. You know, what do you think's going on there with like Donald Trump? Like, you know, King Solomon reincarnated, huh? Why do you think Donald Trump, that like people say, like, oh, for certain reasons, Donald Trump don't wear the ring? Well, King Solomon used to have the ring, but then King Solomon put it into a case where nobody could get at it and take it from him because he was controlling the demonic entities. They were at his will. So past life regression, like I said, Cain and Abel was the version of David and Goliath. You glorified David, but you condemned Cain. Which was a form of a perceived, what you class as Lucifer, and you call them the Canaanites. You know, Abel was the cannibal. In a sense of, like, people will perceive, like, okay, the giant. You say the giants were the cannibals, right? Well, Abel was the giant. Cain was the son from another. But see, Abel's father was Adam, and Adam was a control freak. You bowed to him. It's like I was reading this book here. And where it said that Mary Magdalene kissed the feet of Jesus. Kissed the feet of Jesus. Right here. Following Jesus' words, Mary persisted, prostrating herself before Jesus' feet, and tenderly kissing them. Well, it wasn't Mary Magdalene who was kissing his feet. It was the actual prostitute, because Mary Magdalene wasn't the prostitute. But it was the prostitute, possibly, that, you say portrayed Jesus, but the mother had to take the place of Jesus in order to find out, well, not Jesus, had to find out who betrayed her, who betrayed Jesus. She spoke with conviction. My Lord, I remain eager to inquire further. Please uncover these matters for us within holding back. Okay, so Jesus hung around a lot of criminals. Okay, the ones that are in the evangelical church, the churches that are mega, are they the type of people that Jesus was hanging around with? Because if they are, then I guess they never changed their ways, right? They just changed their looks. See, I'm not saying all church clergy and things like that are bad. Holy shit, are bad. I'm not saying that because, they're doing, by doing exorcisms, things like that, they're doing a form of past life regression because they're going up against those spirits. See, these people here, are they guilty of being kids running, like ones running around going like that? And have they done some, did they do some stuff? Yeah, they would have stole. They were little rugrats. When I say about little rugrats, they got up to mischief, and yes, they were doing things to, they were touching children, but they didn't murder anyone because they weren't even there at the time of the murder. Who was it that possibly did it? They said that they seen my sixth great granddad. They said in the book they refer to his last name. It's because one of them come running because the grandfather and others were hurting his daughter. How many, like, did like, she was pregnant? And those same families are still around our family. And the grandfather, Frederick Emery, he was actually the one that was with Edward Cornwallis the day that my seventh great granddaddy was scalped, because a year later he was put on the Indian Patrol. And he was actually on the same ship that my eighth grade grandparents, I believe it was the ship that my eighth grade grandparents were on, that got thrown overboard. This is the past life. This is what they're showing me. This is parts of me, because like, you were there. Your spirit was there. How do I do what I do? I go inward. And I actually, when spirit tells me to look into something, or spirit shows me something and puts it into light for me to see, I know spirit wants me to check it out. It's something I need to look into. And I know there's certain people in the room, in the channel, that you're trying to come at me with attacks. Use your rituals all you want. But just remember, what you do to me, it will come back at you. Because it's your ritual. And if you're using a ritual to cause harm, it manifests. And it will come back at you 10 times worse. So I guess some people, energetically, they have that death wish. Because if you're wishing death or harm on myself, I'm not touching you. I'm dropping it. Because I don't want your karma. And it talks about karma in there too. How to get rid of your karma. Well, one way of getting rid of your karma is just what I said, because the person who throws at me, I leave it to spirit, because it's not worth it. That's why, like, spirit, it's like, give me what you got, but keep your fucking hands to yourself. You want to take it energetically? Here, let's go energetically. But you're not going to like it when spirit steps through, because then it's out of my hands. I don't touch people physically, and I don't touch you energetically. That's spirit. And I sit with them and say, no, there's got to be another way. This is what got us all into this mess. Nikita, por aqui não motor esse ano schlechter. Ja ma khata bari khnuyan. Esse ko ta bari tkuri. Disse ko ma tkuri besh ko vere te esse ko he ha nu ya. Sat somewhere one day sometimes and feeling calm, and then somebody walks into the room and your energy, like your body just starts, it's like for some reason you feel like you're almost aggressive and you don't know the person. Well, that's the spirit to spirit. That's the past lives. And they're seeing each other. I can feel that. It's like somebody's really got some aggression going on right now because I can feel them throwing punches. Because I feel it's like this. Agora se queremos. I'll make you laugh, I'll make you cry, I'll piss you off, you won't punch me upside my head, but keep your hands to yourself, bring it energetically. And go one on one. Don't go get your minions to help you because that's the bully tactics. That's the able. That's the father. And the father's got a lot to learn. And now I know that it was Abel saying, you think the son is bad, the father's worse. But you will glorify Abel. See, was it like I'm still figuring out because, in the Quran, they say that they didn't crucify Jesus, that they put someone else in their place. So they had to have made someone look like Jesus. So or there had to have been somebody who looked like Jesus. So, okay, people say Zeus, what have you. Okay, just put that name aside. Some people say Yeshua, but Yeshua and Jesus were two different people, two different timelines. Don't believe me? Well, that's fine. But they put somebody in his place. So was that the Antichrist that they put on the cross? Because you said, like in different texts, it says that after Jesus was said to have been crucified, Judas took his own life, and Peter became the Pope because he said that Jesus said he could have the keys to what have you. So, like the key, like you said, the keys to Gotham, right? Okay, you say that. Like, look at Donald Trump. He perceives himself. People say that Superman is actually a bad guy. Okay, he puts himself as the Pope. He puts himself as the rock singer Journey, singing the song uh, "The People One" in the streets. If you watch the series Charm right now, I'm on it right now, and they have the avatars. Okay, the avatars come in because they're neither they don't go by good or bad, but in many ways they're actually worse because everything is an infraction, and that's what you're seeing now. That's more of the wanting the control. They put the smoke. That's what they did on there. They had a cloud of smoke as instead of about putting the people to sleep. And then in the charmed ones would go out and like fight off the shadows. But everything, if any kind of conflict, they would be eradicated. For parking obstruction, they got shot. Well, is that not what they did to that woman? Was like people said she came from miles away, but then other people said she was going to pick her kid up at school. So I'm going to say anyone who defends that man who shot that woman in the face twice or three times, you might want to shake your head, because she wasn't trying to run him over, but he was intentionally shooting her in the face. Why three times? Why not shoot the tires out? Seriously. And then JD Vance come on and said about, like, well, just prior to that, 6 months or so prior to that, somebody ran him over and drug him. Well, if he, and other people have said it, and it's true, if he had PTSD to the point where he would shoot a woman in the face three times, he shouldn't have been on duty. And he should be charged for manslaughter, first, second, and third degree, not just for one. Every shot he shot her with. And you know, all the ones in the military, you should be dropping your weapons and saying fuck you to the ones who are telling you you have to go fight and kill innocent people. And they say it's to honor the Constitution. You're honoring a piece of paper instead of your people. Sorry, but I don't really fucking get that. I have the Constitution right here. And I have the Canadian Constitution in the criminal law, in the criminal code too. I see more stuff in there that protects the ones in power than it protects the people, because the ones in power, you've all violated the Constitution, but somehow you're the ones in charge of it. It's the same as like when it first come over. Same thing. You know, I look back, my sixth grade granddaddy, he knew George Washington because they done business together. George Washington didn't die of like the throat infection like they said he did, because they showed me he died of rickon poisoning, crushed up castor beans. The easiest source to poison someone. You know, they tried to do it. I read up. They tried people. Someone tried to do it to Donald Trump too. You know, I tell people, you know, certain people like don't take food from people. Like I read, and I know when certain things don't fucking make sense. It's just too far out there. And I have told people. Because see, there are people who are awake and who know who each individual, who people, certain people are. But spirit, it, like, it's feeling people out. That's why certain people, you don't want me around, because I might see something or catch something that, you know you don't want people to catch. I mean, like, when there's something nefarious taking place, or when you're being lied to, or things like that. And see, you can't. They say that they have no tests for Ricken poisoning, which, I'm telling you, look up COVID. Look at the signs and symptoms of COVID and what they tell you to do if you suspect you've been exposed to COVID, and then go look up of what they say to do and the signs and symptoms of Ricken poisoning. Seriously, like, fucking wake up. They use it as warfare. This is part of the regression. They were doing this in the 50s with regards to the stuff in the sky, because, I had somebody tell me that was born in that time, and they were old enough to see what was going on. And that was just after World War II ended. And they were doing the same thing in World War One. In World War One, they were using the vaccines after the military come back because of the Spanish flu. And then they were using genocide, more needles. Same thing taking place then as what's taking place now. So that's the history repeating itself. See, I go right back to Father Time. And even before your perceived time existed. Because it's like being born outside of time. And outside of time it was like you were in the darkness and it was just calm. But while I was in that darkness, they showed me truth. And when I went into the light, they showed me truth. I was more afraid going into the light, up into that light, than I was to fall into the darkness. Because in the darkness, it was like I said, it was like the calm. And when I went into the light, I had anxiety. Like, I could feel the shock and I could feel the anxiety, but I couldn't do anything. They told me, you got to let go. And when I remember, like, started having visions, memories of it, and I remember looking into the sky, whether I was above or where I was, but I was looking into the sky, and all I could see was many blue earth planets as far as the eye could see. And it was a really bright, bright blue sky. the memories of flying fucking real. Like, I mean, real. It felt free. It was freaky at first when you first start going up. It's like, oh shit, how am I getting down? But that's why you have to, yeah, so I even know when room shifts. And I see them. Spirit just gets me to observe. Try hard not to react unless need be. Like the other day, I just waited for the others and they didn't do anything. And all I could see was something bad going to happen. And then the excuse was going to be, well, I was just playing. No, it wouldn't be a just playing because they actually want to do it. See, I think what ended up happening, did Abel kill Seth and Cain seen it? And Cain got blamed for it all because he was the only one there. Right now, Cain is he's behind he's in a prison right now. And it's like the trial taking place now. And that's why the same families keep coming together. You keep coming back to the same thing. And that's why it's like you feel like you're not family. Because in many ways, you're different versions of your families. And in there, it talks about the soul, the spirit. And it says about the, where is it? Sometimes you're the sister, the sibling. Yeah. So look for the word sibling. It's contracts. best of ourselves. Shoot. I appreciate you being patient with me with this. I'm looking for the part in here of, oh, here it is. Thank you. According to relationships that span multiple lifetimes are based on past life contracts. The soulmate concept is rooted in the same idea as the past life contract. Upon first meeting, both people feel a profound sense of connection and familiarity. When I met my ex-husband, that's the way it worked. Okay. And when I met other people, it's like I feel like I've even said it to other people, like I feel like I know you from know you. Okay, they are drawn together like magnets. This feeling may be the result of a past sibling relationship, parent-child relationship, or friend relationship. That's a soulmate, like a soulmate contract. Okay, so with mine, it's like I'm the Cain and I'm thrown out of the family. And it's like works both ways, because on the flip, it's the reversal. It's like a reversal. In order to understand both sides or each sides of things, you have to be in the position or the role of each of those perceived characters in order to get a better understanding of what the whole situation was about. See, I know in my past lives, like I wasn't I wasn't always the greatest person, probably. And that's why it keeps coming back. It's like I can resonate with Cleopatra. What I like. It's like even things with regards to Cleopatra was fun, because they said Cleopatra killed her sister, but it said Cleopatra didn't kill her sister at all. It was blamed on Cleopatra. Like I had, like back years ago, in like 2005, 2006, I actually had a remembrance, and it was really strange. It was really weird, because it was like I was in one of those, like the Roman buildings or Egyptian buildings or what have you, and people were arresting me and taking me, and my family was not able to get to me. I was being pulled back. So whether the two people, when I woke up, my ex-husband was laying on one of my arms and my youngest son was laying on the other arm. Were they the officers keeping me from getting to my family? I even had the dream years ago when I was younger of I was on a bed and there were a bunch of snakes just popping up. There was a dream where I was in the water and a shark was trying to eat me. Is that the fear that I have of the ocean? Oh, Jesus. Is that where I was like my 8th grade Grammy and great granddaddy on my 7th grade Grammy side who got thrown in the water and one of them got eaten by a shark? It's like a pirate telling people to walk the planks. Is that what it was? Was it much like a put fancy names on it and said they like the ship, the Gale, the Speedwell, and the Nancy, and I got it in there. Seriously, that's the parts of the past life regression. It's not a it's not an illusion. It's called it's remembrance, and in order to let go, it's remembering and seeing what's creating your fears right now, what's creating you repeating the history. Do you ever wonder how you know something or you know how to do something, but you never use the instructions and nobody else told you? And some people say, well, it's common sense, but there are some things, no. Some people learn something really quickly. It's not because it's because they learned it before, so it's just coming back to them much quicker. And seriously, I can feel you coming at me again. Like, really? Is your ego that fucking big? Who, like, this is the spirit to spirit. And that spirit knows exactly who I'm talking to because it's the one from the beginning of time, perceived time. The one that's miserable and sits on its throne. Better not leave your throne, by fuck. Somebody might sit in your chair. Yeah. See? Ti mo ta carecito por esse que te pone ai como. It's like, yeah, I can feel that. Like, shit. It's like, wow. I have a candy in my mouth. Like a gummy. No, I think that they're more sugar free. Like I've even had, like I know he like I say about spirit jumpers, like the ancestors will jump in. I had a dream one night, vision one night, that I was living with my grandfather. I had dreams that I was in almost like the in Olympics. I know I've like in past life I've been a man and I've been a woman. Probably we've all been in past life. Well, I mean, in the beginning we were all conceived hermaphrodites. So I say that who you perceive God to be, God is neither male nor female. If something tells me, which was Jesus a hermaphrodite, and that's where the Jezebel came from? Pretty sure. Because, if you watch the Thor movie and they go into the gladiator times and Zeus is the one running the gladiators, Zeus actually acts pretty feminine, acts like a woman. Was Zeus Jesus? Does the father still have the children in his belly from eating? Like, they say about Kronos eating his children. But in magical terms, is it possible that that perceived father, every time the daughter got pregnant, the father took the children for himself? Maybe that's why sometimes we get really bad pains in our bellies, because that's maybe it's trying to tell us something. In 2020, when I first started going through this, and I was failing, it was like a bunch like telling me like, Lucifer, go home to father. Father's dying. But father time is dying. And there were times where it was like I was feeling like it was like I was feeling that as if Lucifer was saying, like, with what Father has put me through, why shouldn't I just let him die? But Lucifer was not the cruel one. The same as Cain. Cain is, well, Cain and Lilith. Lucifer and Lilith. But I was watching it, and it said that the father was mad because Sophia created one of her own without his permission. Seriously, that's what it was all over. Well, that would have been the same as Gaia and Uranus. the first child that Gaia conceived after Uranus got jealous, or was it the father, like the father, the original Chronos time? Because Gaia had no, like, had a child, and then that child was the same as the father, excuse me, in the sense that, hey, I'm supposed to be getting all the attention. How dare you give children attention? Didn't you grow up yet, man? It's like Abel was always seeking the attention. Everything would be calm, but Abel would come seeking attention and would do anything to try and get it. But see, one day that form of Abel is going to get the wrong attention, because the attention he's going to get is because he actually physically harmed someone. And see, the child, like one of them, like when I was like bring them up, it was like they put their head between my legs. It was like they were showing me that somebody does that to them as a form of torment and torture, like a punishment. And I was just like, come on. I lifted him up like that and had him upside down, and he would start. And then I put him back down, and I was like, whoa. I stood there. I stood there like this, and I was like, well, let me know when you're done. Like when he's done, like messing around to have his head, like somebody's got him in between the knees with his head locked. See, those are signs of something. Like, I know kids roughhouse, okay? Because growing up, we were girls, but our dad still like wrestled around with us because we watched wrestling, but we never tried to physically want to use the moves to hurt each other. Like, we used to put each other in the figure four lock, but we never and put each other in a headlock like that. But we never tried to do those fucking moves where you got them like that, and you move your fucking arm just slightly, something startles you, and you move your arm. You could fucking break that person's neck. And then they were going like that, like they really wanted to hurt someone. I mean, they wanted to use force, because every time they do it, they look at me, and it's like, just know that you're the one responsible for if you hurt someone, and it's not an act, because it's not an accident. My youngest son, he would watch Power Rangers and he would play certain video games. But when he started getting violent, aggressive, was the day that I went down to get him for supper. He was like 12 years old. I went down to get him for supper. And I kept telling him, come on. I give him 3. And then finally, I went down, I unplugged the game, and I took the game. And he got angry with me, and I was walking up, and he ran up, and he said, I'll bite you. Because he jumped up on me. He said, I'll bite you. I said, yeah, you go ahead and you bite me and see what happens. And he bit me on my nose. And I ruffled him up the stairs and I threw him and sat him in a chair. Like I didn't put him in a chair softly either. He never bit me in the nose again, nor did he threaten to. But see, that's the thing. A lot of people are afraid that, these kids will say certain things are happening in the home. And parents are afraid to do or say anything for fear that child welfare is going to show up at their door. When my youngest son was 3, he bit me one day. So I like quickly bit him back. Like I just went right fast, but I left a mark. He went to his father's place. Next thing I know, my son's not coming home and child welfare shows up at my door. And I said about it. I said, yeah. I said I did. I did it really quickly. I said I didn't mean to get like that. It just happened quickly and left a mark. I said, and yeah, if he keeps biting me, I'm gonna show him don't do that. This is how it feels. Same as my cat. When my cat bites me, people say, well, that's cruel. He stops biting me because he realizes, that hurts. See, that's why you have what's going on now, because you allow these people to instill fear into you. And I'll tell you right now, child welfare will take children from families where, those families, they just need some help. But they'll leave kids in abusive, like seriously abusive homes, including they'll put them in abusive foster homes. Because I know a young fella that his parents put him in foster care. And while he was in foster care, the foster care parents would lock him in a room. So I know the crazy that it would feel like, because there were times where it was like I was experiencing that person's crazy. But they say they're putting them in a safer space when they're only putting them in, most of the time, in a space where all those people care about is getting the money. And people say we have a broken system. No, you don't have a broken system. You can't have something broken if it never worked to begin with. So this part of saying, oh, well, the system's broken, the system's broken. The system never worked. It just gave you the illusion until everybody opened their eyes and realized, hey, people are saying, they're like China is trying to cause conflict for here so they can come in and infiltrate it. And that, with China is now making deals with Canada, like, are you like, seriously, are you people fucking joking me or kidding me? This, like, they've been partnered for fucking centuries. That's when free trade really first started. Free trade. It was the United States that first started with the tariffs. And free trade was also always free from tariffs, quotas, and restrictions. But you put the old fucking US dollar in there, and call it a powerhouse. And then you say, the American dream. Well, I see it more as an American nightmare. Because Muslim not have a spiritual fucking bone in their body. And I'm talking about your leaders and even some of the people. That's the lawless. He's been reigning for a while. The one who perceives himself to be Pope. The Peter. And I'm not talking about the elder Peter. I'm talking about the Peter that was more of Jesus's age, because there was a Peter, this more like the same age as Mary Magdalene or older, because you say Mary Magdalene was in a relationship with Jesus. Well, Mary Magdalene was 48 when Jesus died at 33. So please explain. This is past life regression. This is what spirit is showing me. Because like I said, in one of my remembering, I was running towards somebody who was standing, who had themselves up on a podium. And I was hollering Yeshua because Yeshua was able. Or Adam. And then Peter, young Peter, was able. Or maybe Yeshua was. Because Yeshua was the product of rape. That's why they had to say, because it would have been a disgrace to the family. Seriously, put the pieces of the puzzle together and see how identical it is. Other people are figuring that out. But people are still referring to Jesus and Yeshua as the same person, and they're not. And, I keep getting the names were actually Christian and Christopher. I look in my own and I see the spirits of the different forms where it's like my father is my grandfather, my ex-husband is my father, and my ex-husband has a legitimate son that he maybe didn't know about. And then that one had a son that they didn't know about. Or they all knew all of this and, it was all switched. Because the people in my life don't seem like the people that I knew. They seem like strangers. Because it's weird because before my accident, I had a supportive family. After my accident, it was like the support went away. And that was when I needed the support the most. But I can feel people who just want to laugh at that. And that shows the kind of people you are. And that's maybe why you keep repeating life the way you keep repeating it, but you're good with that. Well, I'm not. And like I said, you know, you can do it on your own, or spirit's going to force you into it, because that's why we experience PTSD. Don't have to believe me, don't have to agree. I'm allowed to, like, I'm not just questioning this stuff. Do you ever hear of, you know, people will plant, like certain individuals will plant evidence just to spin their own narrative? From the future, from the future, then how the fuck did we get like that? Oh, right, because, the planet gassed itself and set off nuclear explosions. So this time you're not. See, I looked before, and 12,000 years ago, it was a nuclear explosion. So, was it like, was the dinosaur times actually uh, a large nuclear explosion that wiped them out? Because if you think that they just started creating this stuff in the past 150 years, you're really thick. And if that insults you, well, I guess maybe you need to shake your head then a little bit, because you look at all the Egyptian stuff, they're showing it there. They're showing stuff with regards to nuclear bombs and shit like that going off, but oh, we're just doing it now. Fucking Jesus Christ, people. And I'm getting sick of these medical communities saying about natural medicines and say, oh, there's not enough testing on it. There's not enough testing on it. There's been plenty. You just don't record it because, sorry, it gets into your pocketbook. Even in here, it talks about how medication only hits the surface. It doesn't get the real problem. That's why people are on medication their whole fucking life, which is ridiculous. That's why I said, I guess the therapists and doctors aren't doing their job, are they? Because the cures for the cure for everything is already out there. They're just withholding it from you. They're taking the studies and they're burning them, or they're hiding them, using them for themselves. That's how they keep living so long. But hey, that's just too far fetched out there, right? Wrong. Gotta tataristic ka na ba yan, Noy, ha? So if people actually do want to help themselves and you do actually want to be well from your elements, then fucking go get some past life regression therapy. And it should be covered. Make you pay for healing? The healing foods are so fucking expensive, and they're drugged up with all kinds of fucking bull crap. The system is my problem. The father is my problem. The one you perceive to be father. Because he's the worst one of all. He's the one who keeps the children fighting. Because he's too afraid to bring out his own fucking truth. This is like back in the beginning. This is where it all started, right? Maybe the father knew what was going on or what really happened. And didn't want his little golden child to be affected by it. I've said, and I've seen people like it. It's like the person has been like this their whole, and nobody says anything to them for fear of what they'll say. And some will say, well, that's what we feel about you. Is it really? Because, a lot of people don't mind saying a lot of shit to me. But when I give it back, well, I'm the problem. I almost went flying down. I almost went flying downstairs one time because I got into an altercation with someone. But I was more so defending my, like, Yeah, maybe I should have backed off, but I was sick of their mouth. I was sick of their goddamn fucking ignorance towards people and the way that they would talk to people. So yeah, I did go head to head with them. And I'm glad that I had that vision and I threw the vision out, because if I hadn't have, then I seen myself lying in a hospital bed in a coma. And I seen that prior to me dying in 2019. So this is, past life regression stuff. I'm seeing it all in the now. It's like the father wanted the child dead. But he didn't want his own child dead. He wanted someone else's dead. Because Cain wasn't the son of Adam. Cain was the son of Lilith. And Eve was the daughter, because Eve and Cain, the father took Eve for himself. And that's when Eve left. That would have been the Mary Magdalene. That's why I said the mother and the sister came searching for Cain. The mother and the daughter came searching for Cain. Lilith and Eve. But Eve and Cain were half siblings. Because Sophia and Lilith were the same. Sophia turned into Lilith. So with that being said, well, Cain would have came from Sophia and Adam came from Sophia. So Cain and Adam were brothers. And Lilith was the sister. Because Lilith was born with, Lilith had Cain within her. That's why, like, when you look at the story of Uranus and Gaia and Rhea and Kronos and Zeus, well, Kronos ate all of his and Rhea's children. And then Zeus was born. And Rhea tricked Kronos into him eating a rock, because Zeus was going to eat or Kronos was going to eat Zeus. So Rhea took Zeus to Gaia to protect Zeus from Kronos. But Zeus even turned more like wanted power of the kingdom. And then that was Gaia and Rhea, Gaia and the daughter, Sophia, aka Lilith, and Eve went looking for Cain. Cain killed Abel, which was the same as David killing Goliath. So if you say that David was a hero for killing Goliath, then why was Cain demonized for killing Abel, for doing this, for like all the same reason? But you'll say, no, that's two different stories. No, you're seeing it from two different timelines. Excuse me, I'm checking my fire. Is this, am I talking about biblical stuff? No, I'm talking about the stories that, people are demonizing. The people are demonizing from that story. Even people who aren't religious, certain people in my family, they're not even religious, but they'll talk about it. They'll say about Lucifer. So I can relate to all those stories. My therapist asked me one day about it. Who would I relate to? And I told him, well, it'd be Mary Magdalene, because Mary Magdalene was Lilith. Lilith or Eve. Because Mother Mary was actually Mary Magdalene's mother. But you can tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. I know, because in your books it tells you something differently. And it doesn't matter which book, it's how that person interpreted. But if you look back in like people, like it's like in in the now, like you take for instance, if you look at Nikola Tesla. Well, Nikola Tesla had a great relationship with his mother, because they were both inventors and they understood the universe. But the father was a preacher. And then Nikola Tesla had a brother who was a preacher. So they didn't agree with Nikola Tesla because, Nikola Tesla seemed more along these lines. Because Nikola Tesla referred to himself, if he could refer to himself as being someone, who would it be? And he said Lucifer. And he was bringing free energy to the world. So it was the mother and the son. Right there. It wasn't Jesus who turned the sky black. It was the mother. But, anything that makes sense, you're not allowed. Everything has to be so challenging. If it doesn't sound intelligent, then it can't be real. Seriously, have a look in your own family. And then look back at all of the historical stories and things like that, biblical stories, and Egyptian stories and look at the walls of the Egyptians and then tell me that, they're not telling us about now. That was our history. Only then, it was more of like you perceive Tartarian times, but before that, because they had all that stuff. They had the flying machines that weren't fucking airplanes that guzzled gas. They had things running on free energy, your telepathy, your telekinesis, your brain waves moving. You lay your hands on the dash and you're the one steering, you're the navigation through the mind, telling you where you want to go. Garasita Arakiamoya. That's those the triangular ships. So true triangular ships, people say that those are like the military. They're trying to replicate that technology. They're trying to replicate the actual true triangular shape crafts that are not human crafts. Well, humans from other planets, humanoids, okay? And they are spiritually connected. See, and another reason why I know that my ex-husband is a version of my sixth great granddaddy is because my ex-husband told me that when he was in the military, he took 2 or 3 different metals and combined them together when those 3 metals were not supposed to be able to be combined together. What do you think the ships are made of? That's why you can't replicate them. That's why I also said, you want to find treasure, you need to know how to think like a pirate. Or, the Vikings and, you know, Templars, yep. Masons, all the ones that hit it, which means in order to find something, you need to tap in to your ancestral line. You need to tap in to spirit. Old man, you angry a little bit? See, as long as the old man could hold the secrets for himself, then he could keep the people enslaved. Come on, jack it up, man. Come on, go a little bit now. Seriously. Yeah? It's a spirit to spirit, and that spirit knows exactly which one I'm talking to. And it's not just one of them, it's more than one of them because he's got to send his fucking minions in. It's pretty bad when you got to send minions in to take care of a girl. Arigato. Make sure I put it. hey, that's fine. Like, shit. The secret, but the economy, the putting more has to us. Shit. I even wonder sometimes, like looking at Nikola Tesla and wondering, like saying, hey, I'm pretty sure I met you somewhere before. It's like, are you sure you're not a replica of a perceived part of my one of my perceived of my fathers? People said Nikola Tesla didn't have kids, but are you sure about that? Song that I like. I really like it. And I like this song because you talk about the underground railways. Okay. People say it was like taking them in secret, but the underground railways were actually the tunnels that were built for centuries. And it was all fun and games for even the ones that were saying to get them to safety, because it was an easy way to abduct some of the people. So you had to let some of them through so that they could think that, you were good guys when you were actually the fucking nightmare. This song here. This is weird. It's weird why my speaker's not. Oh, hold on. That's why. No? Well, that's weird. Come on. This is awful. Because it's usually really loud. Hold on. I'm gonna stand up and take my people. Why is it so low? Just one sec. One sec. They played this song with the monks too. Okay, hold on. Okay. loud. That's weird. Like, seriously weird. I guess the father's got his nose at a joint. He's affecting the fucking electronics now. Jackass. Yeah. Yeah. He's messing with the. Yeah, because this here speaker, it goes really loud. Hold on one sec. Let's try a different song. No, because I have one of those subwoofer speakers in the subwoofer, and it's up full blast. No, see? Yeah. I guess the father's got his nose at a joint. Is what I guess he's got. Let's see. This is weird. Yeah, see, everything is up full blast. Hold on. Let's try the radio. See? Yeah, see, this is weird. See? Well, that's how loud the radio is. And that's how the YouTube one is. Oh, good song. I guess we'll leave it there. But if you've ever heard that song, Stand Up, that's what we need to do with each other. Stand up for and with each other instead of against one another. I guess, the one that gets offended by the part of excuse me, my ex-husband with the woman that is on when you do Google Maps, he gets irritated with the woman on there, her voice, and he calls her a bitch. Well, the woman's not a bitch. So why would you be calling, like he said about how the woman's voice was stolen? And he says she's the bitch. Well, no, she's not the bitch. The ones who stole her voice and gave her no money for it are the fuckers. Right.
Introducing Grammarly, like you've never seen before.
I got it.
All-in-one writing essential. Recycling is great for.
What the hell happened there?
Not borrowed sentences.
Come on back, peaceful.
Oh, easy now.
I'm listening. I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes in the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones.
You have made it 100 miles to freedom. Would you like to pick a new name to mark your freedom?
Paradise. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, gonna start moving towards that separating line. I'm waiting on you know I gotta make up mind. And I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on.
Harriet, welcome to the Underground Railroad.
Might be hard to face 'cause I'm alone, and I just might fail, but I know I'll try.
My ancestors are from France.
Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, can you hear freedom calling? Calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, do you hear freedom calling? Calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home. Far across the river, I hear freedom calling, calling me to answer. Gonna keep on keeping on. Feel it in my bones.
Go to a website you love.
Thanks. Okay. So that song to me has a lot of power, and I am saying it like, far across the river, okay? You go from one place to the other, but like, they'll say, oh, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's conspiracy theory. Well, there's underground tunnels going all the way from Canada to the United States. And it's going through the bottom of the ocean. And a lot of stuff, if you look at what you perceive to be islands, they actually look like different forms of ships. Are they actually islands, or do they give the illusion? And is the ice wall actually ice? Or is it giving an illusion of it being ice and it's actually a lot of land mass? People say, well, turn the land into ice. Well, no, you're saying that the only land is this fucking globe. But here I'm looking at the globe, and I'm looking at the globe, and as I'm looking at the globe, where's the ice wall? Seriously. Where is the ice wall? In order for there to be an ice wall, wouldn't the world have to be fucking flat? I'm looking. Where is your ice wall? On the globe, where is your ice wall? I'm going round, side. Does the breaking of the ice wall signify the breaking of the illusion? Oh, goddamn. Serial Bird, the military guy. He's seen inner earth. You know, that's part of past life regression. I even seen myself down in inner earth. And I was holding one big fucking massive apple about that damn big. Somebody said, oh, those are Johnny Walkers or whatever in the hell they are. No, those are actual apples from what comes out of inner earth. How many of you have seen the movie Total Recall? Okay, they're living on Mars and they're living in a ship, right? They're living in a dome. And when they escape, what happens? They're told that they can't survive in the atmosphere, but all they had to do was break the illusion. What was keeping them confined? And when they jumped out, they went on to this sandy place. And then, because of them breaking the illusion, what ended up happening? The sky cleared up. Seriously. You know, if people actually took and you looked at things from a third eye perspective, to you, those who are afraid to use your third fucking eye, I feel sorry for you. Because you were limiting yourself. And by not looking at it from that perspective, you're actually keeping yourself sick. So I have to ask, do you like being sick? Does it give you lots of attention? Because I know when I wasn't well and I was dying, I know I didn't want to be. And when I died and come back, I started going down the same path. But, you know, I got the kick in the ass again. I even tried taking my own life again in 2020. I took like 30 hydromorphone. And there were 10 milligrams each. And then that night I was taking my Keppra, I was taking Gravel and everything just to keep it down. I was taking it with milk and everything. But before doing it, I said, you know, if I'm meant to be saved, I'll be saved. And bottoms up. And then after that, after I had that experience, well, that's when, you know, Spirit started whipping me into shape. And telling me no more of this bullshit. It's time to face those fucking demons. So I stayed in my camper for 8 months. And I detoxed. And I went through a lot of fucking pain doing it. Screaming, and sometimes to the point where my mother in spirit and other aspects of spirit, my ancestors and that, I was hearing them, Sandra, we need to hold her down. So to you, the ones that believe that I don't think that I don't talk to Mom, that it's just a bunch of bullcrap, that's where you'd be wrong. I don't look for answers from Mom. Mom is my guide. Mom was there through when nobody in my physical world was there for me. There were nights where I was on the floor, curled up in a fetal position. I experienced things that it was all fucked up, but people would want things of mine, and I wasn't going to fight for it. I'd just hand it to you. But I'll tell you, it's pretty sad when you have to want somebody else's stuff. You spend most of your time worrying about taking someone else down when, instead of taking those people down, maybe you could be rising yourself up and letting that person be. But some people look at me and say, "Oh, poor little Tara, you're a victim." No, I was a victim of circumstance, but I'm a survivor of it, and I'm speaking up about my story in hopes that others can see and learn from it themselves within their own story. The past life regression, not just past lives before that, but stuff you've suppressed in this lifetime because it was too hard to address or look at or stand up to. Say it. Everybody always wants somebody else to look at their shit, but those ones that say that other people need to look at their shit, they're the ones that don't. The ones that tell other people to do that, they're the ones that won't look at their own. But I sit with mine all the time. My story's out there. All the like even things that I done wrong is out there on the internet. Either it's on my old account that they banned because I posted a video with regards to the Weather Modification Act that was on the Canadian government website. So if they can manipulate the weather, but yet people are still starving because they say that, oh, well, we're having droughts here and there. Well, it's because you're putting it all to where you can profit from it. Farmers are doing it. Farmers apply for it. Seriously, people may want to look into that. Farmers were also in on the Sexual Sterilization Act. Them, doctors, psychiatrists, politicians, lawyers, corporations, farmers, big, ones that perceive to control the narrative, control the people. And past life regression helps you to see what's going on so that you can change it. Maybe it's not about having to go back and change as to actually see it now and change it from here. Grow from it. Stand up to it. It's like people saying about telling people to run away from narcissist and the bully. Well, you got to teach those people to stand up to those types of people instead of telling them to run away from it. Become its friend. Sometimes you got to meet it where it's at. And they don't like me. They don't like when you do that. Father don't like it when you challenge the father. Especially when the father's wrong. Because that's usually when, you speak up about it, you challenge it, right? You try to say like, hey, I've seen it from a different perspective or a different way of looking at it, but hey, the children never knew nothing, but the parents like to live vicariously through the children. As long as it benefits them, right? And then you say that what's wrong with our children today, you're what's wrong with our children today. Children from the beginning was always put in the middle. The child always had to decide which one they were going to choose because both parents, if there was a split up, well, both parents couldn't be parents. The child had to pick one over the other, or the other one would get jealous. Sometimes I am brutally honest, but sometimes I speak up about things and I try to put it as nicely as possible. And when it starts feeling like it's going on deaf ears, that's when I come off as, maybe I'm being a little more assertive or come off as being rude, obnoxious, and ignorant. But I'm not ignorant to ignorance. So I recommend past life regression for people. Not your normal therapy that you go to and you sit in the chair and they say, how does that make you feel? Or, does that make you angry? No. It irritates me, pisses me off. And frustrates me. It's not like with some people say about being deaf or this memory or that memory. But see, you're only deaf when it's something you don't want to hear. Or hard of hearing. Because they say about about the stuff that makes us go deaf is loud noises and things like that, but yet they put loud noises all around us. Everything is noisy, and it doesn't need to be. And it doesn't need that whining sound that fucking irritates and drives a person halfway insane, especially when you're sitting in a school or a hospital and they have those fluorescent lights and they're bright as bright can be. I'll be honest, the lights in the waiting area at the hospital yesterday, the lights in the waiting area were dimmer than the ones in the hospital room. You couldn't do. I know that I've been in hospitals where you could actually dim the light over your bed, even if there was two people in there. You could dim the light over your bed. You know, when they put you in a room, and it's like putting you in a room and keeping the lights on. And when you're not well, the lights aren't all that conducive. But they say about the doctors coming in and out and what have you. Change the lighting and change the light switches so that the light switches can be on dim until the doctor comes in and sees the people if they so desire to have the light dimmed. They're not well. And I know the thing that I can't stand the most is if I'm not feeling well and there's a bunch of bright lights on me. You can't sleep. It's harder to sleep. It's like shit. Where's the straw? Give me a BB. Oh shit, I'm charged. Holy crap. I'm charged because I busted a light. When I was in there yesterday, there was a woman an authority figure had a woman in the bathroom. And I know she was in there for like mental health. And she was speaking in a different language. And I kind of turned and then I spoke in mine. And after I spoke in my language, she stopped talking. And everything went back to calm. See, I would be good with going and helping with regards to exorcisms or ones that is in between mental health and exorcism. My spirit meets them where they are. And when it's a darker shadow, or like when I'm talking to a familiar, what have you, then I use the influctuation within myself, within the spirit, and I allow spirit to come through and do what spirit needs to do. And yes, it makes me look like, to some, I look like a fool. I look ridiculous, or it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, lady? Like, you really need a straight jacket. No, you just need to understand what it is that you're witnessing and get the message right. So I do recommend past life regression. And if you're a doctor or you're a therapist or what have you, oh, no, bypass them. Bypass them, because if they're refusing that or to help you with that, then they're not in it to help you. They're in it for the money. Because every therapist and psychiatrist should be trained in that, and that's the first thing they should that's the first thing they should do. So if you have a therapist or a psychiatrist, ask them about that. And if they downplay it and they know nothing about it, find someone who does. And go up against your government and have it so that they have to pay for it. You're giving them enough money to do so. Take it out of the hands of the hands of the greedy that keep asking for more money, but put nothing into the people. They keep building and building, but nobody gets healthier. They just get worse. You know, I know there's some people that like get help. But I also know there's a good many who don't. And they get labeled as mental health issues or disorders or diseased or a problem child. Like they, all the things they labeled me with. They even told me I had an STD in 1994 or 95. Told me I had an STD and I didn't have one at all. And how I knew that was because they prescribed me medication and I didn't take the medication. And when I went back and they retested me, they said it was gone. And I told them, well, I guess I didn't have it that because I didn't take the medication. And it was just like, it left them stunned. It mightn't have been along those exact words, but I told them that I didn't take the medication. I even went through my medical files and I seen other people's stuff in my medical files, including one of my own siblings. And people say that, oh, my family doctor knows me. Really? How about you go get your medical records and see what medical records in there aren't yours? Your doctor don't know you. You're just a number and a price tag. A money ticket. Like I said, unless, people that you know, but even then, I had, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pretty much every doctor that I seen didn't do their job properly. Two of the doctors had their license suspended. One of them had their license completely revoked. And, the other ones, they just, the problem is doctors, so-called ones that call themselves professionals, you don't listen to the people at all. You listen to your ego. You always got to be in charge. God forbid the people talk to you about something and ask questions so that they can understand it too. Or, maybe they read something and they want to clarify it, but your ego's got to get in the way and say, well, I'm a lawyer. Yeah. Nice for you. So you're saying I don't know how to read, but, hey, I have my paralegal. And lawyers rely a lot on a paralegal. So, hey, hey, this is what your past life regression does. And people say, what are you doing? Yeah, because I'm bringing awareness. You got a problem with that? Because if you got a problem with that, then you're part of the problem. Jade balls. I actually have I forget what they're called. Sound balls. They're Japanese, or no offense to them, Japanese or Chinese or something like that. This is the box that came in. I got these at a secondhand place. Lunchtime! So, hey, we're gonna do what we like. We're gonna do what you want. I have the hypnosis. You'll learn, and past life regression, a guide for practitioners. But like I said, I've done it before by just sitting with the person and being with them to take them back. And then mastering hypnotherapy, transformational strategies for healing for healers and coaches. I can adapt to many different things. That's why I say, people say, you're a master. Well, you have your master. I'd rather be a jack of all trades, because then I'm not confined to one thing. I can adapt. And that's why doctors, they should be trained. If you're a doctor, you should be trained in the medical aspect of it and the psychological and spiritual aspect of it. Because I'll tell you right now, if that's how it went, there'd be a lot less people sticking in waiting for doctors and in emergency rooms. But, the only ones that don't want that are the ones that are more worried about making a profit. And they're the ones profiting off of people's misery, which is pretty fucking sad for you. And sad for the patient. Pietoy, grasito toriki ato yara. Love me, hate me, like me, loathe me. Turisi karata mursala ta yesi kutomo yata. Mikutu sukure. Yeah, I'm still aware of everything. Because you can actually see my whole demeanor change, but I'm still well aware of it all. No offense to people who go and they go into these trances where they do fucked up shit and don't remember what they did. Because spirit doesn't want to control your body in that way. Spirit's not here to play fucked up games. You want to get to a true enlightenment where you actually connect with spirit and you're conscious of it? Do the inner work. Do the past life regression. Start doing it with yourself. This is a part of past life regression. I come on here and I do a video. You don't have to come on a platform to do it. Go do a video with yourself as if you were talking to an audience and then go back and watch it. Because you are your best healer. You just need to learn how to hear yourself. So it's like the lies. Are the ice walls actually just other land masses that are connected together, like your continents were at one time? Because Nova Scotia and Africa and Europe were all connected at one time. And where did you say that the Christs came from? The Rh negative bloodlines? Europe and Africa, and they were connected to Nova Scotia. Where did the European settlers settle? Here. Where did a lot of the Africans settle? Here. But hey, go look at the history books they teach you in school. Why don't they use old history books? The history books that were actually written in history. Oh, right, because they had to make it all new so they could twist the narrative. Much like a mind manipulation. Is there a truth from fiction? There's lies. But lies start off from a truth and get twisted. And it's all sometimes from just a different way of perceiving it, but doesn't make it a lie. I heard somebody say, oh shit, I never thought of it that way. You know, if you're telling someone something that someone else told you, like that's like what I don't get. People don't like, you don't want to hear your own family talk, but you know, hey, you'll gossip about everybody else. As long as they don't hear you gossiping, it's okay. But you're still gossiping. And maybe you're not even getting the true facts. But it doesn't make it all a lie. It makes it a manipulated lie, a manipulated truth. So past lives can also signify past versions of yourself in this current life you're living. And when you let go of things, well, you know, that's the death and rebirth. You let it go, you rebirth into a different version of yourself. And each time you can get better or you can get worse depending on what road you want to go down, what light you want to see. The flashlight in the darkness or the light to the sun. Sometimes you got to go through that darkness with the light in the darkness to find the opening. Because sometimes it's like we do. It's like we get caught in a cave. It's like we get caught in ourselves and we can't see the light from the out of the dark. And sometimes we can't see the light because we're too afraid to open our eyes. So you remain in the dark. In order to make changes, you have to see what you're trying to make changes from. And if you can't see that, then you're going to keep repeating the same thing. People are actually going into the part the political, like the White House or like whatever your province or state has. Put down the signs. Stop the division because the signs are creating division. We know what people want, but it's not going to come that way because it's not the people who are the problem. It's the division and all the signs keeping the conflict going because it keeps you distracted from where you really need to go in front of and demand change. You pay their bills. They take your money and say that, you owe them. Look into your past life. Same thing going on. So it's in the beginning, the father wants to keep the children divided and separated because as long as he can do that, he can continue to live on the throne. But as people step back, he's deteriorating because he won't look at his own. You say that God says, like you're told to repent. No, it's actually the father who needs to repent. People just need, it's like redeeming yourself. Because, you know, it came out of the mouth. They know not what they say or do. That is that the father admitting that, you know. But won't come out and say it. So you keep writing books, and the same, a lot of the same narrative. And then, you know, people who come on and say stuff like what I say, they're told, they're basically feel like, oh, for entertainment purposes only. But yet your fake news can go on all the time. That's why I say, like, I don't understand this where people are saying about, like, they're centered and we're not allowed to say that. What are you, a fucking bunch of kids? Afraid you might lose your channel? How about the people just figure out and do up their own channel instead of following these other fuckers who are profiting off it and telling you you have to censor yourself? No, don't spread hate. If you're going to say the fuck word or, you know, you're going to show a naked picture of a cartoon character, like freaking show it. If you're going to make hand gestures, like, you know, we're adults here. If you don't want kids, it's like an adult thing. Don't need, like, the other day, I don't know what the fuck, but there was this, I don't know, she might have been 18. And she was on top of this man, and the way the camera was situated, and her breath, like, you could see. And that was on TikTok. And like many people are afraid to show a fucking cartoon character naked. You hold your fingers over it. Holy shit, man! That fucking did, like the other night, that disturbed me. What was that? Something like, you know, one of the mega followers put up. Thought, oh, that'd be funny. And that's the stuff that, you know, would even probably come up on a kid. They've been doing exploiting and trafficking for fucking millenniums. And if you have a premiere, and Alberta has a premier that wanted to get a red light district going, which meant putting in and keeping trafficking going. And those are the people you vote in. How about you find ways to bring them out of trafficking? You got your dirty hand in it? Are you a fucking pimp mummy? Or is Donald Trump your new boyfriend? You know, because you both want to drill, baby, drill. Go stroke his ego. You know, and the other ego, you better take a magnifying glass with you. I'm going to ask, is Donald Trump a hermaphrodite and that's why he didn't want women seeing him? Well, I got that he's not. Usually egos have to compensate for something. Was Donald Trump really was he getting women coming at him? Or is he one of those adolescent children that got to stroke their own ego? So they wouldn't get the women coming to them. So they would have to force themselves onto the woman. Some women can't be bought, man. Fire's getting hot. My body's starting to heat up. Gresita por la messa la carito corripti I know, eh? Has Donald Trump ever killed anybody? Not sure he really killed anybody, but did he send his minions to do his dirty work? Fuck yeah. Many a times. What do you think ICE is doing for him? Just saying. And that's more father. So you say Big Daddy. The only thing big on him is his fucking mouth. And he eats too many burgers. But as far as Big Daddy, might be the daddy, but he's the big adolescent boy child. You know, I understand where people say that he smells bad, but has anybody ever told him he does? Or are you afraid, you know, he might send his little minions after you for offending him? Better go get your jackals or coyotes, man. Even some coyotes have integrity. Jackals They're a little more aloof, just like you. You know, they say sometimes you have, like, when they say about a genius, sometimes you have to watch out for them. But like I said, hey, you know, maybe Donald Trump, you better go get checked for syphilis because you're acting just like Hitler, and that's what he had. Because syphilis turns into a form of a dementia. See, I see his childhood, like, because, you know, if Adam, like the father had a father that was beyond past the mobster. He was like the, you know, he was one of the darkest of the shadows. Because I just see things so strongly that it was like the father and the son were the homeless ones. That's why you see certain people, they'll even live in a home like they're homeless. Some, like, they might keep their space clean, but they don't keep themselves clean because they're in a depression. And, you know, with people like that, some people won't say anything, but, you know, by not saying anything, you're actually doing the person a disservice. You really are doing the person a disservice. Because when people are depressed, they tend to smell because they don't keep themselves clean. People, and my ex-husband said it too, and a lot of people know, we are not meant to be alone. We're not to be living meant to, I mean, like, not homeless the way that homeless is today. Not homeless like that. People shouldn't be homeless and like, I mean, some people choose to live that way. But you can be homeless and keep your space clean and keep yourself clean. But if you're choosing to be homeless, you know that. But if you're homeless because you're in a depression and you're hooked on drugs and stuff like that, yes, you're fucking right. That's hard. And do I agree with certain things where, like people should know where the homeless are going to, and there should be actual facilities where they can grow, like all these fucking castle places and stuff like that that they have and stuff like that should be turned into healing places of healing, not where somebody can prance around in their fucking ball gowns and tutus and eat their escargot and have their little said to be charity balls when not much of it goes to fucking charity, because they're putting it back into each other, because they rubbed and greased each other's hands to get the ballroom looking like that. And then whatever they did donate, they just claim it on the income tax, so you didn't actually donate anything at all. You just want to be glorified for people perceiving that you do it, but they don't realize you're getting your money back because you just claim it on your income tax. This is all past life regression. This is all stuff that's still been happening for decades, centuries, millenniums. Still works the same. The only reason why, like, if people just stopped and sat in place, the only reason why they'd say that it was a terrorist attack is because, it fucking affected them, affected their pocketbook. It stopped, like, people, like, if people did it, and they're okay with it, the only ones that wouldn't be okay with it is the ones who would be losing all the big bucks. How many people have watched the movie In Time? Okay, that's showing you a version of the currency, the dollar. Okay, you have the dollar, and they hold all of it in one big national bank, and you have different, what you say they're putting in now, different parts where you have to have a card to live here or a card to live there, or what have you, and you have to have so much money to get through, or so much wealth, which is your life. And then the one who's holding all the cards, well, he's been living for fucking thousands of years, and he still has thousands of years to go, because he uses your energy, your wealth. And that's what the moral to this is. They're going away around and they're stealing energy, because they're doing, like, the arm wrestle is an energy war, right? It's a strength war. Only in this, they do the twisting of the wrist and they steal energy. They siphon. Do you get it yet? Si queremos tu kaya noi, gisukuye shkele bagay sakain. Seriously, go watch it. So then he made, in the movie, well, it's Justin Timberlake. His mother dies because you stop. It's like 25, and the mother was 50, and she died. And he was on his way to get there because they were living paycheck to paycheck, day to day, minute to minute. because all their minutes counted, because when their energy ran out, their time ran out. It was like a time. It was much like a perceived bracelet. You know, something you would see in prisons. You have to have a chip. Fuck your chip. Give the people back what's theirs. And he went there because a guy who had hundreds of lives left. He had been alive for so long that, you know, life just had no meaning for him anymore because he wasn't one of the crooked ones. So he gave Justin Timberlake his energy, his time while he was sleeping. And Justin woke up and he went to catch the guy, but the guy fell off. So Justin Timberlake, because they killed his father, he went through the different things. He got a car, a fancy car, and everything like that. And he went into a gambling place and he met the top dog. He met the one in charge. And he had a wife and a daughter. And the daughter, she was against the father. She didn't agree with what the father was doing. She joined Justin Timberlake and they started stealing the wealth back and giving it back to the people. Because it was rightfully the people's. But see, they would call something like that a terrorist attack. And what exactly is it that you're fucking doing to the people? Only you're doing all the fucking time, asshole! Seriously. People say about, I just like that, just spirit brought it to me, or it just come up because I have Echoes of Africa, a song frequency thing, and people say that the devil or whoever has red hair, but you say that the Africans originally had red hair. So that hang on me anyway. You know, you look at Donald Trump now, but you look at him in his younger years, he had brown hair. He didn't have that color hair. So where's the real Donald Trump? Is he like in a dumb, or is he in a holding cell? I watched a thing that our Ashtar was saying about how the president signed executive order saying to release med beds. Well, that was said to have been done a year ago. So that's where, like, if you look at things, see, people don't take into account that others will remember stuff like that. Like, that was, like, what? Didn't they already say you did that? Seriously. You know, you'll think I'm shitting you on that one. It's Cove. It's a probiotic soda. If I can even say it, a probiotic soda. Conheci não mostrei. Não ia me Conheci que eu Here. Here's another globe. This is a fucking stone. Okay, look. Shit. There's That's the Arctic, but you is that the ice wall you're talking about? Because it looks like there's some gaps there. Because that's not that's not a wall. And you're looking on the globe, and there's no wall. I'm going to keep saying that. Is it like, is it supposed to be considered imaginary? Because when you think the ice wall would be showing something, let's see. You flattened out the map, then where's Africa? There's North America, there's Canada, there's Nova, there's Africa. Yeah, I know. Okay, so in North. Oh, because there's Italy. Okay, so here. Okay, so they're saying that these continents here, Europe and Africa, was connected to Nova Scotia over here. Okay, here's Nova Scotia over here, here's Africa and Europe. It was connected. So if those were connected. Okay, so you come down here. You're saying it's in the like the ice wall is in the Arctic, but it's not an ice wall. It's a side, so there's nothing really in the Pacific Ocean. Seriously, I'm looking. And if you look at the Pacific Ocean, right? I'm trying to see something. Okay. So if you come out from Canada and you come out to almost the middle and you went straight, you would be going through something in the ice wall right there. So here's Canada up here. See the white? If you come out just to here, this white. Shit, get up here. Okay, so the white, you come out to about here. Okay, get over here. And then you went straight, get over here, wrong way. And you come straight down, you would end up going through the Arctic right here. Opening here and an opening here. Now, do they show it on this? Yeah, they even show it on here. Ross Sea and Wendell Sea. And that takes you in past the ice wall. And I read a thing, and it said, I believe there was a place on the west coast, I believe it is, of Antarctica, and they are a dictator, and they don't have access to us. Like, they don't have access. So, you know, when Donald Trump said that he was going to charge tariffs in the Antarctica, and everybody was like, what are they going to do? Charge tariffs on the penguins? No, he was actually talking about these people, this group of people who have been there for millennia. They were the ones that we would perceive to be dyslexic. And they were the form of Christian that you see today, where they're telling women that, you know, you're less than what you are now again. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and all the other ones that disrespect and have no respect for women. Go fuck yourself. Because you probably dress in bras and underwear, bras and panties and dresses when nobody's looking, because You know, JD, no offense, you keep forgetting to take your eyeliner off. And you say about transgender? You're probably one of the ones that would be transgender, that would be trying to force himself in a woman's washroom because you have that much disdain and hate for women. And you think they're your bitches and they should be kissing your feet. Seriously. Yep. People be smart to stay away from your feet, even if you wash them a gazillion times. And, you know, I'll tell you, if anything were to happen to Donald Trump and he was taken out of office or he passed away or anything, JD Vance should not be in there. All the people that Donald Trump chose when he goes, they all got to go. If they're not working for the people and doing what's right for the people, they should be with no form of power. True leader is not out to lord over and power over the people. The leader is there to be the guide. The one that's there to hear the people and meet all of the people's needs. Some people say, we can't meet everybody's needs. Fuck, you can't. All you got to do is listen to the people and look around, because everybody's screaming for the same thing. You're just wording it differently. They just don't take the time to hear each other. I can see where people say they want people coming in legally. But I can see on the other side too where, you know, it's that part of, you know, you're doing the same thing. You're putting a limitation on land that nobody owns anywhere in the world. People are meant to be free to travel. That's why we were called travelers. We traveled the world exploring, learning new things, learning from each other. But, you know, you have to hoard it, right? Because, you know, the one with the most money has the biggest dick. No, they don't have the biggest dick. They're just the biggest dick. So I was surprised today. I read all of it. I mean, it only had 52 pages, but I actually sat down and read it all. But it was something that was familiar to me anyway. Like I said, it was something that I've done with other people, whether I took them to past lives in the past, in a past life of them, or a past death and rebirth that they needed in the present life that they're in now, or perceived present life, because we're living in the now, and we're witnessing everything. Bashar, like the guy who does Bashar, he says we're witnessing two parallel worlds. Well, in a sense, but we're actually witnessing all the worlds simultaneously, and we're walking from one world to the next. That's why it's so fucking confusing. Some are already through the hump, and some are still. It's a matter of, do you want to overcome the shadows? Because in order to overcome the shadows and defeat the shadows, become what, like, because it's parts of you, you have to see it first. That's why they tell you, you don't want to see no, you don't want to see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, because if you do, then they see you. But hey, let them see. Because this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. And if I need to tap in to my shadow self, to make a point or something like that, up against a shadow, because sometimes a shadow has to go shadow to shadow, like spirit to spirit. Because even shadows don't like what other shadows are doing. Here he goes. Crank it on, man. Crank it on. We're climbing the ladder. We're climbing the ladder. Crank it on, man. Come se te vuoi se camo si calata taresi tutto per esce da che molto corriazzo corri, che tanto vuoi si chiama. Seriously. It's like, if people think that I don't know how ridiculous I look, I'm looking at myself in 2 cameras. Not only that, I'm fucking physically experiencing it. Why is it come away? It's like, hey, Donald, Big Mama's here. You got a problem with that? Maybe your mom should have done something, but wait, your mom couldn't. Or your perceived mom, because she wasn't your biological mom. She couldn't do anything. Because the said father had been trafficking her, but people didn't know that, or maybe they did know that. Why do you think she was an alcoholic and in such depression? And then you look at Donald Trump's wife, Ivana. Oh my gosh, she was a beautiful woman. And the same as his mother. She was a beautiful woman. And then when you see them, it was like, you don't even look like the same people. You look like you just stepped off the drag queen runway. They look like that, yeah. No offense to drag queens. I don't understand the concept of all the makeup. Because, you know, if I'm being honest, some of it's pretty scary. And, you know, some of the drag queens, like, you know, please don't say you represent women, because I don't know what woman you're representing. Take that as you will. You know, you probably want to beat the shit out of me for that. But hey, you know, bring it energetically. Keep your fucking hands to yourself. Because what they were doing is they were up there at the Paris Olympics or whatever it was, what that was all about. If you say it was about going at the Christians, it was actually going after a Hamathite. It was mocking the true Christ. Because I think Mary Magdalene was a hermaphrodite. And Yeshua was telling everybody. And that's why Mary Magdalene ran away from home. Had something to do, like, you know, maybe that was the part of what the dirty little secret was. Because Mary Magdalene did leave home. Her parents, her father and brothers, according to that, you know, some of them even tried to drown her. And, you know, maybe that's why, because I'm connected to Mary Magdalene, maybe that's why I'm afraid of the ocean. Because of the drowning. Thought she had demons trying to baptize her. Maybe you should have been trying to fucking drown yourself, because you were the ones that needed baptizing. Abomination. I disgrace to the family. Can't let that secret out, right? See, I don't think that Mary Magdalene was brought up by her biological mother, Mother Mary. She might have knew her. Maybe that's why I seen the two that look like boys, because, you know, they chopped her hair off. And they put a crown of thorns on her head and thought it'd be funny. Threw rocks at her. So she just made a game of it. She wasn't the one with demons. She was the one connected to spirit. That's why you had to cover everything up. That's why you had to say that it was a man on the cross. Because you glorified Yeshua and you crucified Mary and made her look like a boy. Abel wears thorns as the Antichrist. Mary Magdalene had thorns as punishment. That was the mark. The thorns were the mark. That's how they know. But it's also how they'd recognize. That's how they'd recognize the one that's anything but Christ. Hers was a crown. But the Antichrist had the embedded scars. So that you'd be able to see him. Because it was able. It was Yeshua. But Mary Magdalene. Only she was self-willing. Because she was the true Christ. Christ wasn't about doing magic and things like that. Christ was teaching others how to heal. It's like if somebody sat there and told you, I am the message. Era tutto racist. Era molto riconosciuti. Holy fuck. That's what they did to her. Suppressed. They tried to exorcise her. And I had an exorcism in 99. So I know what it feels like. See, it's teaching them how to face them. Go inward and face them. Let them feel your pain. I'm talking about your shadows. Talk with them heart to heart. I'm not talking about physically going out and harming someone. Like, seriously, keep your fucking hands to yourself. Don't you think there's been enough bloodshed? And then people call themselves people of God. What God? because a loving God does not want to see bloodshed. And people will say, oh, well, you know, you got to have this stuff to have the balance. Seriously, how fucked up does that sound? Balance has nothing to do with fucking war. Balance has to do with coming in balance with both your masculine and feminine, so that at least you'll fucking get along. Your masculine and feminine don't pick colors, doesn't pick religion, culture, because your masculine and feminine has been all colors of the rainbow and all versions of anything that could be and ever will be. Yes, so I'm going to leave that land. I recommend get yourself some past life regression instead of sitting in an office getting the same fucking therapy over and over again and getting nowhere. With that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings, most importantly, very good health to anyone and everyone wanting and willing to receive and accept. I want you all to be big, bold, brave, most importantly, be yourself, be your authentic self, be true and kind to yourself, be true and kind to others, and know that you have more strength than you can comprehend. Do your past life regression. Or not. It's entirely up to your phone. But I will tell you, it is beneficial. Send you all love.